He's out of town. Up in town. Think everything's there.
A little advanced nose would be cool.
Yes. I got a toy though. Let's open this first of all.
That's what we got.
Well, I went to go get books.
Creature.
And
what more were you able to get?
I added Candlekeep, Mordecai, Strixhaven, Wild Behind, Witchlight, and Journey Through the Radiant Citadel. Were the extra ones I picked up because they were all on sale. I went to go pick up one book, and all those were on sale. And he was running a deal where he's like, "Yeah, you can. Those are all 20% off." I was like, "Okay." I was like, "These are the ones I need that are 20% off." He's like, "Plus, I'm doing a deal where you roll dice, then you can subtract an additional percentage off." And so it was 2 Fate dice, which are D6 dice, and then which were basically like multipliers, and then 3 D6. Both of the Fate dice came up blank because they have 2 negative, 2 positive, and 2 blank sides. I rolled blank on both of them. And then I rolled 8, so it's 28%. But I could have got more, but since he did that, I was like, cool, I'll buy some more stuff. Let's see what it is that we got. Let's get some stuff that we can use. Always nice to have new things. This is a cool one. So this is a Sky Tower Goliath. Another Goliath mini, just a big fucking badass humanoid. I'm okay with that. Hobgoblin, what are you? Oh, you're a bugbear. You're a very tiny bugbear. Bugbear? That's not very big.
Pretty, yeah. It doesn't look like a bugbear.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like the size. The size belays it. It's like, oh, this is a baby.
And then we have a Goliath Trickster, which is kind of cool. Goliath, and he's holding a golden mask. And then this one I wouldn't mind having a while ago. There's one. Nope, they're not Swiss ties. They're just. How do you work? Not a twist tie. I'm just kind of holding it there. So we have a knife for.
Aha!
They're like weird little arrows pushed into him. Come on. Come on, come on. Come on. I didn't feel like I looked at this Mr. Bush. I'm a couple parts on there. There we go. But it's a fire gaunt, which is like a fire giant, but he's kind of burning out. This is a really weird way they did that. Oh, a couple new minis and a couple new books. So always nice. Deal with that later. I could use that when we didn't have enough fire giants for everything we were doing.
Right.
I mean,
That's why I thought it was funny. It was like, now there's another fire giant. Go figure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This hammer's bigger than my hammer.
Oh yeah.
This hammer's a
almost
little
as
bit
big as you
bigger
are.
than
That's what I was gonna say. It's like this hammer's bigger than I am.
Yeah, it is. It is a very large hammer. But we will add all these guys in later. I'll do it now, actually, in a second. We're going to put you in Moonlight and Spellcasters.
That is dope. The little flourishes, little ember flourishes.
Yeah, that's good mini. I like it. And then you're up there. Which means you're going in here. I don't think I specifically have a place for bugbears. I'm putting him with the hobgoblins. He just looks too much like a hobgoblin. He's going
He
to
does.
the hobgoblins.
Let ready.
Cool. More minis. Definitely not small. They're not mini, but.
Oh man.
Let's make sure. I guess I should make sure everything's functioning, sounding right. Looks like we have our things up.
Yep.
Sounds like we have audio. Live chat's up. We have chat, we have audio. So one more thing. Probably helpful if I actually have my freaking notes and all my extra stuff on my iPad. This is when I'm charging. Not here. And I don't have a charger cable out here.
Oh.
I think I'll need to charge it, but just in case. Let's be ready.
Rather now than in like an hour and a half.
What was that?
Say rather now than in like an hour and a half.
Yeah, when it's like, oh hey, it just died on me.
Oh, hour and a half
Shit.
when Alex is gonna get here.
Hmm?
Hour and a half when Alex is gonna get here.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So, last week, the plan was to explore this with our potential to go into Gruumsh. That's going to be more difficult now, given that we don't have the person who would be playing that out. So that just throws a derail and all that. But, hey, that's half the fun, right?
Just trying to figure it out.
And I don't need that. Just get my. Have you guys all pulled up in case I need. Since they're not here, I'm gonna need to have the campaign available. Anything they're doing. Cool. I got them ready.
What? No. What? No. Who's that? Phantom touches.
What's that?
I looked over and there's some weird thing pulled up on my iPad. Like, I didn't touch it. It's just been right where I left it before. Like, what are you doing weird shit for? It's the ghosts in the air touching shit. Touching things.
Of course you're of course they updated it. It used to be alphabetical, and then I get an update and it's just last modified. But I found it. Cool.
This one, little tiny guy.
So you guys are feasting at this table. Hey. Hello. We do also want not this though. Let's get our where are you? Oh, come on. There we go. Hey Google, play Spotify.
Got it.
Of course, I'll have
Spotify.
set that up while
So-
you're in. So
so-
everybody
so-
who's watching it, their Spotify just started. So I apologize for that, but cool. So it's kind of working. So we have our background music. As you guys are watching the just make sure we're actually here. Go. Live chat up, okay. Live chat is up on Rumble. We're all set. Orcs all around you. Celebrating, fighting, feasting. Just looks like the end of a not like fighting, but more like dueling, but in a very vicious manner.
Orcish manner.
Yeah.
Fucking orcs, man.
You're seeing large ogres. You're seeing other creatures as well, some goblins running around, but for the most part, it's all
Bunch of gross
orcs.
people.
You can see it looks like any goblins that are running around are purely running around in a servant sort of style. And any ogres are more being used as tools than anything else, like they're used for their size.
Goodness, must do.
This completely rails that whole thing. As you feast, this orc with you kind of looks over your party a little bit and continues feasting and watches, noticing that some of you don't seem to really be too interested in feasting. Adun particularly, who seems to kind of move things about but doesn't really actually partake of the feast. He looks to, your leader, who has, for the most part, kept to himself. He's kept quiet.
Yeah, real quiet. So.
Almost like not even there.
Right? Almost like he's not even here.
Strong
Yeah.
silent type.
Don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. Give me a charisma saving throw. You have disadvantage, but you are getting a +6 from Adun.
Fuck.
Might want to roll one. Break for guarantee I feel that.
14.
Throw that for Adun. And throw this for.
Yeah, disadvantage got me
Mm-hmm.
bad on that one.
Yeah, I rolled a 14 and a 1.
I had a 15 and a 50 to 4. Ah, come on.
Yeah. So
14.
that gives us Norn rolled a 5. So we're looking at a everybody gets a +6, so that's 17, 22. And we've got a 3 for Dune, which gives him a 21. And you got a 11 and 14.
14.
Um,
6 plus 4.
You feel kind of a sense of warmth in the center of you, kind of towards the center of your chest, as like this burning sensation on the edge of your flesh just kind of rocks through you. Immediate searing pain which like starts to subside. Like whatever caused the searing pain is gone, but you still have the residual pain on yourself. Only one highly visible at this point would be for you. And you guys will notice that there is like an eye branded on the center of his chest.
I thought it was heartburn. That's a mean heartburn.
I suppose that has something to do with Gruumsh.
Quite possibly.
Am I feeling any other kind of way aside from just having an eye on my chest?
Just having an eye on your chest.
Apparently, it's not anything to do with actually eating this thing because the Doom's got one too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like it. It looks cool. It's intimidating.
And again, it is kind of a triangular eye, little bony protrusions coming out of it, giving you. It looks like the holy symbol of Gruumsh, to an extent, but poorly burned into your flesh. York sitting next to you goes. He sees all. And he sees that you are not worthy to be with him. But he will watch you as you struggle to do what it is you wish to do.
It's a good thing I'm not the one trying to prove that I'm worthy. I'm just here as a humble servant of my master.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
Humble master.
I know
Right, sorry.
you do not serve this person.
Oh yeah?
You all serve yourselves.
I mean, doesn't everyone though? That's not the most astute observation. I mean, it's an orc, so I mean, everyone is serving themselves.
You came here on false pretense. You tried to deceive he who sees all. And for that, you will not be granted audience.
Did we really deceive you though?
You refer to this man as your master, but you do not serve him.
I definitely said leader.
You do not follow him.
Mostly.
Our arrangement is different.
Then explain yourself.
It's all a mutually beneficial relationship. In times where it is important to put on certain airs, we all participate in ways that are necessary to get the job done that we need done.
And so when it's necessary, you put on false pretenses and lie to me.
Lie to you, lie to him, lie to her, lie to anybody.
That is fair. But you are still not welcome here.
I suppose expressing that none of this was done with malice wouldn't behoove us in any kind of way.
Probably
probably
push
be
you in the
better.
wrong direction.
Probably be better if we were being malicious. That's literally the thought process I was having. Is this was coming?
Actually, yeah.
It's like
If you were coming to challenge him, to try to overthrow him, and you had all but malice and hate in your heart, you would probably be more welcome than you are now.
the problem is
views you as groveling creatures looking to beg at his feet for some blessing that he wish not give to your kind.
He's doing all the groveling.
You are welcome to feast with us.
It's like give me a chance to grovel at Gruumsh's feet. Fuck him up.
At this point, your welcome is wearing thin. If you wish to leave on your own accord, you may want to do so soon.
Well, I'm enjoying myself. Like I said, I like this cool brand tattoo thing that I got now. I think it looks awesome. So I'm down to hang out for a little while. But I understand.
By the time I finish with this, and he holds up like one of the haunches that he has, I wish to not see your faces any longer.
I can do that.
So he's got like a bone haunch in his hand.
It's like a haunch of something. You're thinking possibly what looks like kind of a knotted bone. You're thinking is actually a kneecap, and he's probably just eating just the thigh of a elven creature.
I'm gonna grab it off of him, take a big old couple bites, and then whack him with it, and then I guess I will depart from the table if anyone else follows me.
Yeah. Give me an attack roll. You won't have your proficiency bonus,
So
so just your strength modifier.
strength modifier.
Mm-hmm.
Something embarrassing is about to happen.
What'd you roll?
Roll a 1.
So you go grab at this haunch, and you kind of pull at it to go swing at it, and you realize that he's still kind of holding on to the end of the bone, and he jerks it back. You come up onto the table, and he just lurches you over, slams you, fall into this mud that's mud and blood and grime and
Shit.
different things.
It's definitely shit.
Piss. Oh yeah.
And he takes a bite from it, looks down at you and goes, I don't share well.
I think I'll be leaving a little more gracefully than that.
Yeah.
Chris walks over, helps you up.
Like myself.
You guys exit out of the circular fence that you know to be the war grounds of Gruumsh. But you're still here at the Fallen Council, the Dark Council, depending on who you follow and how you go through.
Well, what other stuff should we do here since that was such a fantastic bust?
Such a dismal failure.
Bringing my clothes out and dusting myself off.
Here, the different areas you can go to are Vecna, who you guys have had interactions with,
Yeah.
Torog, Zahir, Bane, Asmodeus, Kussath, Surtur. We're already at Gruumsh's area. Both Tharizdun and Tiamat are the different places that you can go.
Having elbows with gods is not exactly my thing, so wherever you guys feel like going, That to be interesting.
I feel like making the best use of our transportation will probably be ideal. So something here, but I have no specific interest in challenging any of these guys for their sparks or their artifacts. What would be my my evil equivalent for Cord?
Bane.
Bane.
The month of Cord is also the month of Bane. Cord, of course, god of strength and storms, kind of like the good god of war. Bane is the god of war and conquest, with kind of an emphasis on the less declared war and going through. So, of course, on the first day of Cord, a lot of people will wage war and start into battles, thinking that they have the blessing of Cord upon them.
Cord sounds more like glory and defense.
Yeah,
Bane
but
sounds more like
they're more
we're
like
coming to burn your cities and
Yeah.
eat your children.
Exactly. Yeah. Bane known to be like a god of assassins and stuff like that as well. But yeah, Bane would be the counter to that.
I suppose that's the only input that I would have as far as any continuation, as far as what we're doing right at this minute. Because we're got a, depending on how much time has passed, or not even how much time has passed, what's the deal with all them temporary hit points that we haven't done anything with?
You have those for
24 hours, right?
you have them for 24 hours. I don't want.
Well, these two have been really quiet. Let's do Ben. Let's go over there.
Well, because yeah. Also, related to assassinry seems like something that at least you'd be interested in.
I'd definitely be interested.
The worst.
You guys move along and head over towards. Let's see. When you go through, you have to go. You're at Gruumsh. You move past a area where the ground kind of breaks and is volcanic in nature, around a pillar tower that resembles something you have seen before, and you recognize the holy symbol of Surtur stamped upon it. The ground kind of breaking, little bits of molten going through, but of course you see the heat rising from it, but smoke that pours out it again rolls along the ground, heading down from your position. Next you go past this one. It just doesn't want to fucking show me. Why would you just show me my other one? have it right here. This one right here. No, oops. You're just gonna fight me with all this, aren't you? Of course you are. You know that Surtur is the god of fire giants, and said to kind of be worshipped by primarily fire giants, fire type creatures, but is looked at as the creator of a lot of the giants, the same way that Morden is looked at as the creator of dwarves. So it's kind of the counter to that. As you continue to move around, you notice that a wall of fire comes out of the edge of his domain and wraps up around the next area, which you recognize as Kosuth. Let's not pull it open. Yeah, so Kosuth, who is the god of elemental fire and purification through fire, known as the Lord of Flames as well. Kind of the counter to the High Summer god, Pelor, the kind of evil version, whereas Pelor brings light and justice, and in the name of the sun, Kosuth brings flame and purification through fire, pushing different lesser gods along with him. From there, as you move around, you find Asmodeus, who of course is the god of tyranny. It's the three triangles in a tight formation. You're seeing the flames kind of seem to break away. You're seeing what looks like it's not related to this at all. Interesting. You're seeing different buildings formed around this. It's a lot more of what looks like the beginnings of almost like a small city in his area. But one thing you also notice is that there are what look like portals. You can kind of see these like flaming gates that look like they lead to somewhere. Every once in a while you'll see creatures step into the portal and kind of just vanish off into wherever it is. However, there's nothing coming in through the portals. So they may be one-way portals leading out of here, but not bringing anybody in. From what you're seeing, it looks like it's leading to different places of the Nine Hells.
Or some kind of escape route.
Yeah.
Escape from here. Right into hell.
I don't know if that gets you any benefits.
Right into hell.
Moving along, the next place you see, it's still fenced off. Walls around the exterior. There's still buildings, but they are smaller, giving way to a very structured-looking small city. But most of the buildings are only about 1 story tall, with the exception of the kind of bigger castle to the far end. Lots of dark alleyways, and this is where you're seeing that symbol of Black Hand Bane, that black gauntlet.
Well, we take a little stroll through the city. I heard it's wonderful this time of year.
You say this is the one where it's all just a little one-story stuff, except for the tower or the castle. Maybe walk right up to the castle and knock the door down. These people don't deal with subtlety, it would seem.
As you're walking through, you'll start seeing that there are vultures kind of flying around the sky. Occasionally, it looks like there's little skitterings across the sky that you recognize as probably bats as well. But vultures are circling you as you start entering into this area. You'll see
They're expecting a meal.
black dogs and black cats kind of moving around through the alleys, just kind of like looking at you. Black cats with these very green eyes, kind of glow for a second as they move around watching about you.
Sorry.
Okay.
I have Rumble pulled up, and I had live chat. I just had live chat like a minute ago, and then
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
now it's Alex is the only other one in the live chat. It's like, where's Jesse?
There's more people. They're just not actually chatting. It's okay.
Come on, you guys.
Right.
But nope, there's not anybody else really hanging around.
You're not really seeing anything else. There's a couple people, but they kind of, when they see you, they just hoods up and kind of move different ways and try to scatter about. You're seeing there's definitely like commerce and people talking and stuff like that, but they're giving you all a very wide berth. So as you walk through, you see there's maybe about 2 intersections ahead. People start to kind of scatter and move off from you. Looking down some of these dark alleys, give me a perception check.
Purple. That's much better.
33.
29.
Yes, I agreed to the cookies on the site that I've been on this entire time.
I have news ones that ask me every time I open it. 29.
29,
33.
33. You guys will notice you see kind of in the darkness out of the way, you'll see like a red glowing dot that's just kind of floating there, and then you see lots of other little red glowing dots around it that kind of will occasionally close off and then reopen. Very, very dark red dot in the center that just seems constant with the little red dots around it.
What's that?
You're seeing 11 dots total, 1 in the center with 10 dots around it.
Beer holder.
Let's go.
Possibly. You've dealt with beholders before, though? The red glow of this, the placement of it gives you the feel of a beholder, but the red glow gives you the feeling of something different. Beholders have like an eye. This has like a red glowing ball of energy in place of the eye all around. You'll see at one point somebody kind of moves around, kind of fling from where you guys moving towards one of those, and oh, that's a 9. You watch some guy, he just kind of like walking back to you guys, puts up the hood, not paying attention to the dark alley, and starts going in the dark alley. And right as he's starting to disappear, you just see this flash where it's kind of a grayish stream of light flashes at him, and you just see it disappears as the cloak drops to the ground, and you see just like a little cloud of smoke from where the person was.
Yeah, still does disintegration.
Very good. Is that in our path, or?
It's off to the side. But you're seeing a couple of them as you're moving along, off in the darkness. Every once in a while, just kind of moving along. They might be multiples. Maybe there's many. Maybe there's two that are kind of following you a little bit. They do seem to kind of watch you as you move in, and then kind of as you're moving, disappearing, they may be coming along and then getting back into the next alley. So it's hard to say exactly.
They're just paralleling us.
Paralleling you, or there's a lot of them. You don't ever actually see one of them like
Right.
come out. So I mean, if they're moving faster than you, maybe, but you're not sure.
I'd say just continue on our path where we were going, just heading straight forward towards the castle. Definitely
Towards the
keeping an eye
castle.
out to see if they're coming closer up the sides.
You'll start seeing that as you're getting deeper in, there will be humanoids that have shields that have like a red shield with a black hand kind of on it. Maces out. They start kind of just looking to you, not saying anything, but not moving away from you at this point.
Let's just keep moving along, keep an eye out behind them as well for those.
You know, like I said, unless anybody's like directly opposing our path, just keep on heading straight up in there.
You continue along and you get up to the door. You'll see that on the front of this building there's one big door, but you're seeing three symbols. Give me a religion. Yeah.
See what happens here. 20. Dirty Air Force, but it's 20.
Oh,
11. What you're recognizing is that it looks like it's the symbols of the dead three. Ball, Miracle, and Bane together. So you're not really sure why all of these are here, but there's definitely symbols as if maybe there's a representation of all three in this location.
You know, Ball, Miracle, and Bane?
I mean, names sound familiar, but I don't know them.
This kind of insinuates that all three are here.
What you'd know is Ball is known as the Lord of Murder. Miracle is the Lord of Bones, like one of the gods of undeath. And then, of course, you've got Bane, the Black Hand, who's known as the effectively the god of oppression, terror, hate, evil god of war as well. But you know that according to the divine, the main divine council or the fallen or dark council Vecna is viewed as the goddess, or the god of death, and is the counter of the Raven Queen, who's the goddess of death for like kind of the good pantheon. Vecna is like the evil god of death. But you know that Orcus also exists as a lesser god of death as well, who doesn't sit upon the divine council. A lot of people think that Orcus is more powerful than Vecna. He's just less concerned with the ways of mortals and such, yeah. So, as far as the Dead Three go, Bane sits upon the council. The relations with Ball and Merkel, you're not really necessarily sure how that plays in, but they could be still working in tandem. When you walk up, you'll see a creature kind of goes to stop you, lifts his hand up, turns to you, and you see 3 skeletal heads kind of all facing forward. Says, "What are you doing here?"
What concern is it of yours?
I am a watcher, so it's my concern anybody who attempts to enter or exit this building.
Well, Mr. Watcher, if you've been watching, you know why we're here, and like, what's the deal? Like, are you here to
Walked down that street directly towards this building as if you were on a mission of sorts. I simply wonder what that is.
Well, at this point, it's honestly to just have a light discussion with Bane. Maybe find out a little bit more information. Maybe chop his head off. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling.
Interesting.
It's kind of his thing.
What's up? You just can't. Want to reopen the page? It's a small respond. For whatever reason. That's fair. Back then. Oh, there we are. Want to go back where you were? Or we're just going to go all the way back? Yes, okay. There we go. What makes you think that Lord Bane wishes to speak to the likes of you?
My concern isn't whether he wishes to or not. Like, we're here. That's what I intend to do.
We believe that he should grant us counsel and then decide from there.
And for what reason should Bane grant you counsel? No, don't. Fucking pop-ups. I guarantee you I don't want to watch Echo right now. I keep getting a pop-up. It's like, would you like to stop like accessing the information here, instead watch Echo?
I got that same pop-up a few minutes ago.
They're pushing it hard. I watched the first episode 3 times. Fell asleep every time. I was just like,
Stop
oh.
promising.
Start over.
The one that I was concerned about, and then I watched the first episode, and it was worse than I thought it was. Is that new trivia program with Rob Lowe? The floor.
The floor.
Oh, the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that good?
Is way worse than I thought it was going to be. Like, that whole setup with all the people out on the floor is going to be like a season-long ordeal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Things
challenge
interesting.
somebody in their area of expertise, and then you take that over,
I saw
despite whether you know anything about it or not.
I saw like one round. It was like an engineer versus somebody else, and they had like named tools.
Mm-hmm.
It was like someone that played Christmas Eve,
Yeah.
like at night. They just played one round, and we're watching. Like, okay, cool, but that was like, all right. It just did it, and before it showed what happened, like they went back and forth. They had a minute, and you see a tool, and you have to name the tool, and then it goes to the other person, and their minute starts counting down, and then you can pass. But if you pass it, it wastes like 6 seconds or something like that.
You lose a shitload of time.
You lose it goes red, and it counts down a couple seconds to your clock, and then the next one comes down, and basically whoever runs out of time first loses. And I was like,
They all run out of
okay,
time
but
so
it was
fast, and everyone. The one episode that I watched, it was always the person that was supposedly an expert in that category is the one that lost. The person that was supposed to be the tool expert, and it's not even hard tools. It's like screwdriver, hammer, tape measure. It's not like specialty
she failed on
tools.
Nails.
Yeah.
She was like an engineer.
It's like pins.
And nails, and she's like pins, screws, pass. I'm
3
like, you
seconds
just
on
passed on
nails.
nails? Like, you're an engineer and you passed on nails?
I'm just
Be
like,
very careful, loud out loud. You guys hear a thing in your head. Adun just says, be very careful.
Fucking A, careful's my middle name.
it's not mine though.
Yeah.
And especially since this situation, it's like I thought we were deciding not to be careful. I thought that was what we were going for here. But hey, we're here
Seems
now,
like-
and that's what we gotta.
Seems like that's the
Figure
gist
out.
of this place.
Simply because you wish counsel with Bane and the Dead Three does not mean you get it. I need some sort of
I have no interest in
compelling-
those other two right now. I just want to talk to Bane.
Bane is not alone at the moment. So,
Well,
I ask of
wait.
you, why should he have audience with you?
We have a lot to offer. As does he. Sure, we could find a mutually acceptable alignment.
How do you...
Or the sheer brazenness of this act.
You are very rash in your decision to move to this council. But what is it that you can offer the oppressor, the dark tyrant, the Black Lord?
I suppose the only thing that we could offer him is an opportunity to gather us into his fold, with the expected opportunity in return for us to have a chance to remove him from his place of power and collect his spark and move on to the rest of the council.
I'm pretty sure they clank when you walk. That's awesome.
So you wish to become powerful Baneites to further his will?
That'll be it.
Anything to get this guy to shut up. In my head.
And you'll see along top of the buildings behind you, now you're starting to see like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these little clusters of red dots. So there's definitely multiples of them kind of around to the side. And this person goes, well, then you will be granted counsel with Bane the Accursed. And he steps back and gestures towards the door, which you see it's two doors that look like they open in, but instead they push back and they drop down. And now you have a way to walk in.
Weird ass door.
In case you're trying to break through it, it doesn't work the way you expected.
As you're walking over, give me a investigation. Just for him. You wouldn't.
23.
23. Yeah, you're recognizing if those doors came apart, it would set off a very, very bad trap. Some sort of mechanism. As like the doors drop down, but you look in and you can see the little tines of like thread that have magical runes and something going on. Kind of little like magic party poppers almost looking things. But you're thinking, yeah, if you were to pull open these doors or push them open and separate those two doors, all these little threads of magic would cause some sort of
traps.
Potentially different traps, or just one trap with lots of energy sewn into it.
I like party poppers.
Not here.
Oh, come on.
I miss
You
those.
gotta
The
let- you never
little,
let me have any fun.
the little ones with the two strings where you just pull them apart and just tying them to doorknobs and stuff.
I never got that. I was never successful. I always tried to pull that trick, but the opening the door never. It would always break the string, and I can never get it to like actually pop out.
I've got them to pop pretty well. It's good. You put them towards the top of the door too, because it explodes from above them. Little things kind of fly out. They're like, look,
Yeah.
yeah. I've got it to work a couple times.
It's like we figure out how to have fun with our not fireworks.
And like, look, you just pop them. I'm like, tripwire, you mean? You tie two of them together, put them on either ends of like baseboard or something like that. And somebody's walking down the hall. Pop! Pop! What the fuck? What's happening to me?
Dance, motherfucker, dance.
You walk down a dark hallway. Off to the sides, you see statues with glowing red eyes. Each one of them with a gauntleted hand kind of out in front of it. The glowing red eyes seem to kind of flare up a little bit as you walk past and then dim as you're going. You move down and at the end of the hallway you see, well, it's almost orcish in nature. A humanoid, green skin, pointy ears, small black horns, bald head, eyes glowing with just kind of a faint green light. One big black gauntlet rested on, he's on like a throne, but you can see one side, just like the throne, is like dropped down on one side and raised up a little bit more on. This dark gauntlet kind of sits high above that. As it looks out. What are you doing here?
I mean, your guy didn't tell you? your little angry doorman didn't say anything?
I did not ask him for anything.
He made a big deal out of this.
You'll see off to the side there's a humanoid. Black cloaks, just a little bit of a point of a black dagger with his hand rested on that, but it's sheathed kind of high, but on a strap above where a belt would lie. Little tangles of dark black hair come down, but you can't quite see the face at all. Off to the side. to the other side, you'll see flowing black robes that kind of separate and split off into little wisps of smoke. You're seeing wrinkled, lesioned skin, blackened, cracked lips, as this like skeletal visage just kind of floats there. His feet just barely off the ground, to the other side of him. You know, two of them kind of emerge from the shadows to either side of Bane.
Can you please get a religion on that first one you mentioned?
Yeah.
27?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Baal's known to have 3 avatars. He appears in one of 3 forms: the Slayer, the Ravager, and Khazgroth. The Slayer is known to resemble a male humanoid corpse with feral face and ivory skin, but that has like the black cloaks and all this. So there's a good chance that that's an avatar of Baal, if not potentially Baal himself, god of murder. Known to be the god of murderers, assassins, compulsive killers. Kind of thing that he was known to have said with the 27 is, "I choose death. I can destroy your kingdom." He's kind of looking to, yeah. He's just known to believe that all of his power comes from murder. He whispers to people in moments of dark and doubt. Baal only lived to hunt and kill in his normal life. The presence of living, or the presence of the living, instilling an overpowering desire of death and destruction. So he just is all out god of murder. Not just death. It's not like a lot of the gods of death have like the ability to manifest and work with like dead creatures. He's more of like, I'm just sending people off to Merkel. Like, Merkel, you do what you will with them once I'm done, but my only goal is just to remove the life from people. But he says nothing. He just kind of goes off the side.
What did you say his name was again?
Baal?
Baal?
Yes.
Or A.
No, that's not at all what we wanted to do. Yeah. So yeah, Baal off to one side, and you're guessing, given that context, that the skeletal dude is probably Merkel, or again, an aspect of,
right,
or something along that lines. I say to you, what are you doing here before us?
Actually, I'm here to talk to Baal. Many nights I have sought your advice and your approval as to whether or not the path of my life could be favorable to you. Never did I receive an answer, so I have gone down this path. I believe without guidance. I was wondering if now you might grant me audience.
wielder of the broken blade. Yet you choose not to use it. You move against the potential within you.
Again, I've been without guidance. I feel that that blade has not been able to give me direction with the path that I've chosen. Again, chosen without guidance.
Only the incompetent need hand-holding.
Don't need a hand holding. Just need an arrow.
But everybody likes to have their hand held.
No, not so much. Don't forget to touch me.
It's nice. Not him though. He doesn't like this touch. So you guys should be great.
Is that what you come here for? To ask me for my guidance?
And your spark, but guidance will work for now.
So if you come to Bane and ask for an essence of his spark, there's one thing. To come to me and ask for my spark is something completely different. There is a spark-forged item imprinted with the spark of Bane. Upon his ascension to the council, as I have not ascended to the council to be considered a greater deity, my spark still lies within me. So do you say you wish to come and remove the spark, and thus remove my life? Because if so, I will say that you are more than misguided.
Yeah. Possibly I'm unfamiliar with the way that these sparks work. Especially in your situation.
Murder, necromancy, the overall oppression and tyranny, all are important during times of war. However, we decided that Bane would be the one of us to sit upon the throne in opposition to Cord. Thus, the spark was forged from him.
That does make sense.
One who wields blade of broken mirrors could potentially be worthy of the spark of Bane, but they would have to earn it in combat.
Okay, I'd be willing to give it a try.
If you think you are worthy, one simply must travel to the location of the spark. Your worthiness would be made clear at that point.
So the spark is not here?
The spark is not here. The spark of Bane lies upon a small plateau in the Warlands. But no, take more than just subterfuge to gain access to the spark. You would have to take it from an aspect of the Black Hand himself.
Well, that's what we have all gathered for.
Well, if that's the case, then you've come here in a waste of your time. All you've managed to do at this point is make yourself known to us.
And that's such a bad thing.
Sounds like a thinly veiled threat.
It's never a good thing to be on my radar. The pounding of your heart, the pulsing of your blood is a threat to my existence. It's like nails on a chalkboard. You are another group of living creatures, mostly, that should be shuffled loose your mortal coil.
I suppose that'll happen eventually. But until then, I'll play the game from this side.
Well, know now that you are not the only person playing this game. You will have to send word to my followers of your existence.
Sounds wonderful.
Bane kind of like leans forward. I grow tired of this. You do not come into my house to speak to my cohorts. You come to speak to me, or you do not speak.
Gorak.
So with the other part of the conversation, we definitely gleaned a little bit of information. But as into what sort of interests would you and your council have of ridding the world of the Four Horsemen?
I have very little interest in dealing with the Four Horsemen.
Scared. Scared. That's right. I mean, understand, but we could handle them by
If you
proxy.
knew the strength that I gain with the oppression of the Four Horsemen, the tyranny of their rule, the fear they spark in all throughout the lands, you would not suggest the elimination of them.
I only suggest it as a way to further your own worship. Because right now you say you benefit from the way that they have brought the world to its knees. But at this point, and especially now, no one will ever know your name.
You think people
You will
don't
be-
know that war flies the banner of Bane in many continents?
I think soon enough it won't matter. And it'll fly any or whatever, any banner or whatever banner. It's all going to be the banner of death, and it's not going to be anything representing Bane anymore.
You speak of
You will be lost.
the Four Horsemen, one of which is war. I am the god of war. One of which is death. My cohort is the god of death. Their existence brings power to us as much as anything else.
Which is why I proposed to you is that they're not serving you. They're serving themselves. And when the time comes and you're forgotten, you'll just be gone, and all that will be left will be the Four Horsemen.
A bonfire left unattended does not serve Kossuth. However, it may further his desires. Do they act at my command? No. But do they further my desires? Yes. There's been little time since before the Dawn War that I can remember so much war upon the land.
Never known an evil creature to be so modest.
Never before in history has there been so much oppression on the material plane, so much terror, so much hate. These things strengthen me, so I sit before you stronger than I have ever been. Why do you think we didn't let the good gods win?
Well, the way I read the story, it wasn't about letting anybody do. You didn't let the good gods win or defeat them in any kind of way. Ion just kind of shit the bed.
Ion was murdered. I wonder who could have been involved in that.
I don't
Looks off to the
necessarily wonder, but I'm just proposing that there's been a certain
Assassin bro.
Who's the god of murder?
series of events that has occurred that has led this to being the outcome that it is now. And very little would have to be different for it to be a different outcome.
Once upon a time, there were 11 good, benevolent gods that sat upon a council and influenced the world. The more they influenced, the more we could influence. Our entire purpose was to gain power and to gain souls, to gain worshippers, which would feed us and make us more powerful. And then the Four Horsemen came along and tipped the scales in our favor. If the divine council were to be wiped from all of existence, did you know what I would do? I would sit here gaining power as the mortal realms fell to nothingness. You suggest balancing the scales, when right now I do the same thing.
I don't suggest balancing the scales in any particular way. What I suggest is eliminating your proxy rulers so that then all these people that are fueling you now will fuel you more directly and more powerfully. Instead of being under the thumb of war, under the thumb of pestilence, or under the thumb of this, which, again, are all your representatives. It would all be under the flag of the Black Hand.
And Cord would grant strength in this, and the Lord of Storms would start
I haven't talked to him yet.
of that.
I don't think we're going to have a fun conversation either. So don't feel like we're out here trying to one side this whole thing. So I'm gonna go talk to him about his part in the whole scenario as well. Just avoiding that right now because yeah, we're here. I'm a creature of convenience.
Clearly.
What are you trying to say?
The stench of Cord is upon you. You are clearly one of his followers. You are clearly working
if
for
you
him.
if you talk to him, he would say probably not. Go ask him.
Say what you will.
Maybe in another life and in another time, he would have called me one of his followers. But I feel like now there's some things that have happened that would prevent him or restrict his interest in that.
I definitely don't consider you one of my followers.
Well, I wasn't gonna follow you. It could be more as an independent contractor.
Who works against my interests? The presence of war
I feel like
upon the land strengthens me. You wish to eliminate that.
not the presence of war, the idea or the action, just like the guy. Or the thing, whatever it is. Skeleton war monster man.
I need one name from each of you.
Shabaskowitz.
Must be a name of someone you care about, who you are working with currently. If I do not get that name, I will take one of yours.
I got a name. Or
Wait, I don't think. I mean, yeah, but could have been anybody else or somebody here. You just gave him somebody here. So is that good? You like that? Oh, that's right, we all have to do it. Sorry, I'm terrible with names. I mean, Golrak is terrible with names, but I'm also terrible with names. What do you need these names for? Like I said, I'm so bad with names, dude. What do you need a name for? Like, am I trying to sell somebody out?
Give me a wisdom saving throw. Flat roll, because I have advantage from the beast. You have a +6 to the bonus.
Wisdom saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
24.
Roll +6 if you're near me.
That's included in that one. Okay.
Yeah. I was like, there's no way he isn't. Yeah, he gets a +20. Or he
Oh
gets
yeah,
a
24 without it. That's
Yeah,
fair.
+6. I was like, I'm guessing that's included.
Probably did not 20 that one.
He kind of leans in a little bit, and you kind of just hear like this voice is like, just say a name. Just let a name slip through your mind. But you're not forced to think of it, of a name specifically. Oh wait, hit that one.
Going back through this, it's been almost a year since we put up the timeline. Yeah, it happened at the beginning of February last year.
You have strong minds. I cannot take a name from you. I only have what was given to me. So I need a name from the two of you. He points us to the two of you guys. And then those unnamed can leave.
Man, pissed. I know this kind of weird, sketchy dude named Klein's Room. I feel like you guys could have some stuff to talk about, or maybe, I don't know. But he's kind of hardcore.
Norrin, I guess, just looks across the way and goes, well, I'd hate to be alone, so Quiz, why don't you
There we go. That's what I was hoping for.
go through?
Son of a bitch! That was a little weird.
So, 4 names given. 4 names taken. Quiz and Norrin drop to the ground. I need a death saving throw from you.
Nope. Because one finger goes. Quiz still stands there.
Okay. Absolutely.
Damn it.
What does that do?
Celestial Clutch Necklace.
Yeah.
It allows you to, like an effect that would outright kill you, you can give the finger to that effect.
Oh,
and
nice.
because it's the opposite of finger of death. Basically,
Right.
the Celestial Clutch has 5 fingers initially.
Right.
And now you can see the type of shit that happens. Now your 3-finger ring has 2.
Damn.
Yep.
Brutal.
Celestial Clutch starts off with 5 fingers, which you
Right.
can put rings on. And then, yeah, when affected by an effect that would outright kill you, you can use one of the fingers. The finger is shattered. And there's no way to repair it. So when it has 5 fingers, you can put 5 rings on it, and for 1 attunement, have 5 rings.
Right. That's how they lose fingers. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Oh, fuck.
You know what the problem is, though? You weren't named once. So you feel the effects coming at you, because you were going to have disadvantage on the death saving throws, but you'll shatter that ring and you still feel this crushing feeling around your heart as if it's happening again.
Who the fuck else named me?
I'm going to find this item. I need my bag of beans. But you saved the first one. So make sure is this. Well, no, because they have that too. So the target has disadvantage on all saving throws. Well, it's going to include death saving throw. So Norin has disadvantage on his death saving throws. Saved once. Ooh, that's a fail.
Oh. That's a
Double deuce or double single.
That's a save. That is a fail.
2 and 2.
I have to roll twice on this dice. They both have to be above 10. 15, 17. Norn stabilizes at 0 hit points.
Swear to God, my blood. It's not good for my blood pressure. Oh man.
Norin collapses but survives. That's fine, my buddy. What are you? I don't want created all list. I want modified list. Combines written. One second. I have certain things. Okay, so it's just flat roll, but he gets to ask questions. So flat roll. Glynson's first roll is good. Second roll is good. Ooh. So maybe, let's see. So boom, boom, boom. Boom. He's good. So he manages to stabilize. He doesn't die. So we got one more on you, Quiz. You're gonna use a finger, or you're gonna roll it.
Finger goes.
Finger goes away. Celestial clutch ring now is one finger. with that, Bingos, you're dismissed. And I need a charisma saving throw from everybody with disadvantage. But you get your +6.
Man.
$26.
You save?
I'm guessing being immune to charm or anything like that isn't gonna matter. 19 with a nat 1.
Nope.
Fuck.
Disadvantage.
14. 14. And the lost 20.
Norin is 11, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25. Hits it me. And you said 14? Cool. Both of you are banished to the material plane.
Are we banished near each other?
Not incredibly near each other. You show up outside of just this large crater town. There is a sign written on it, and it says Jurin Hell. And you can tell like hell has been carved into it over the word Jurin Hell. You are at this crater that's filled with water at the edge of
The main continent.
the main continent in theory, but
Somewhere along the coast.
along the coast you see this
Fucking
cratered out thing. So give me a second though, because I think this would help a little bit, because this should be still in theory a minute up. You guys do have telepathic bond because Norin's been casting it. So you can communicate telepathically. If you reach out, you'll realize you're on the same plane of existence. A brief kind of description of where you're at. You'll kind of know. You'll know. You haven't been to all these places, but you'll guess that he's at what you speak Kingsport, and you're at Jurin Hill.
With what we know, Golrak, and there is a road that you speak of. Should I follow this to find you?
Well, you can get us back to the base, right?
Technically, I can send a message, and Laura Quinn can get us back with her charges.
Then yeah, I think that the best bet is to
We do not even have to group. They need only speak your name, and they can gate you.
I think then that's probably the best bet outside of trying to meet along the road.
You'll see
If that means since we don't
Norin's
have to be together,
gone
you're
as
back.
well. You're standing in the room alone at this point.
Good day, gentlemen. Walk out.
There we go. Problem occurred. Again. Stop occurred. Many problems occur. Okay, this is working. Let's just have a problem occur. Norin just He just doesn't want me to have him. There he goes. He's up again. You can send a message out to Lorquin, and she can use charges to gate you guys in.
Cast her ascending and tell her, please use the cubic gate to gate Gorak and myself. We need to reach out to the other two and check on their status.
You know, you saw Norn like collapse unconscious.
But don't know if he's.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I had two more words I'd say. Try Norn. That's the last little bit. Try and use the raries. We're not getting any response from Quiz on this plane.
You're not getting any response from Quiz, no.
I will cast Ascending to Quiz. Quiz, did Bane banish you? Are you alive? We are trying to get Norn to rendezvous with you. We, Gorak and I, on material plane.
Does Quiz get this?
If he wants it.
It's ascending. Oh, I guess I technically have to roll to see if it's a failure or not.
But there's a 5% chance, right?
Yeah, 5% chance the message doesn't arrive.
0, 1 to 5. Oh, or 00 to 05.
Yeah, so I guess to Laura Quinn, because she's on a different plane.
Did you
The
fail?
message does not get to Laura Quinn with an 02. Quiz. With a 49.
So you get to Quiz, and you get that message, you can reply back.
I would know that she doesn't respond.
Mm-hmm.
I would fucking try again with a 4th level spell slot to Laura Quinn. 67.
She says, I'll reach out to Norin, and we will gate the two of you ASAP.
Quiz responds to yours. Says, the only one that walked out. I thought Norn went with you guys because he fell but was alive.
Quiz is.
Anybody else causing problems? That sucks. 7. Oh, that sucks. A problem repeatedly occurred on just Norn's character sheet. Only Norn's character sheet will not allow me to adjust anything.
What the fuck?
Everybody else's character sheet I can play with, but nope, not Norn's. Just keep saying I have an error occurring.
Dumb.
Every time I click on anything on his sheet. Just try to roll a dice. What happens if I roll a dice? Is he gonna let me roll a dice? Apparently not.
It's like, please don't. Please don't roll dice.
Yeah, it's like it's turned off. It's not letting me roll dice either on his sheet. What about other people's sheets? Anything else? I'm gonna exit out of everything. Have all D&D Beyond. And we're gonna open up D&D Beyond again.
Turn off and turn on again, damn it.
Right, pretty much. So what do you guys want to do? Just wait for the gate?
I mean, Adun knows where Golrak is, so
Head that way?
yeah, just flying as low profile as he can, as quickly as he can, avoiding any large bodies of fucking any demons or shit like that.
That one they're pulling.
Does a little bit of a superhero thing, just fucking hauling balls, flying 90 feet.
Heard. Fine black cloth, soft as silk, folded in the dimensions of a handkerchief. Fine black handkerchief, stuffed into a pocket. Taking it. They wouldn't not take that. Not that it matters, because I don't even know if I can. I have no control over anything, because it just doesn't want to work.
Weird.
Literally, anytime I click on anything, it just refreshes the page. And half the time it refreshes and comes up with a black
With an
error.
error message, yeah. After enough custom changes, D&D Beyond just kind of takes a poop on itself.
I'm not even changing custom stuff. I'm literally, like,
Just interacting with
I'll
it.
click on inventory, and it crashes the page.
Oh my God.
If I try to, like, remove or change or move anything, it just... Yeah, if I click manage inventory, and it just keeps saying, a problem repeatedly occurred on just this one character. No other characters are having an issue. Because I pulled a bunch of shit off Line Turn too, because they're
It's
out
really weird.
and about in the world, and you guys just drop them 0 hit points when they're interacting. People are like,
It lets me
You
click
okay?
on it.
Norin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I can click on other people. It works fine with Line Turn. Yeah. It's so fucking weird. Let's see if I can get it. Like, when I'm clicking on it. Okay, so now it's working, but, like, I'll... Just an error has... A problem has repeatedly occurred on this page.
That's so dumb. Yeah, I can like scroll and click and...
No idea why. Oh well, I'll sort it out later. As long as I can at least see his character, that's fine. But, yeah. Larkin got the message. They will open up a gate to Golrak. You're pulled back to the Void Base F. Open up a gate to you. Pull you back to Void Base F.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I reached out to Nora and I got no response.
He was unconscious when we were separated. This does not bode well.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasted 2 spells on him. It's okay.
Wasted might be good words.
Problem has repeatedly occurred. Really wish I would stop doing that. We'll deal with it later. It's fine.
Golrak, what happened with our fiendish friend who was supposed to help bring us to the spark of Gruumsh?
It hasn't been that long yet. You're still like
Hasn't?
early in the morning.
Oh, shit.
Like you've barely done anything. You went to Gruumsh, and he's like, "You guys are lying to me, so you can't do this," and they kicked you out. And then you guys walked over to the place of Bane. Like you're still thinking it's probably like 2.5 hours, give or take, maybe 3, before it's been 24 hours. So worst case scenario, he comes and takes you all, but like in theory there's a good chance that he's just gonna like show up and take you guys. But if Norn's is floating somewhere,
It's by himself.
he may just show up and take Norn.
We'll need to find a way to get Quiz back. He is stuck somewhere on a divine domain, and we have no real way to get there.
That does lead to some challenge.
I think he was the last one with the luck blade, so fortune is on his side, I suppose.
You do have to walk plane.
I will use a sending to Quiz. Fourth level. Spend all my spell slots before we get taken by this fucking fiend. Oh no, I did have another third. That doesn't make any sense. I had no more thirds. There we go. Another fourth. Send a message to Quiz.
She will say, if he can get to the Plague Lands, the Death Veil, Pandemonium, Elysium, or the Elemental Chaos, we can gate him.
I will let him know. We cannot reach Norin. If you can get to the Plague Lands, Death Veil, Pandemonium, Material Plane. What were the other ones?
Material Plane, Plague Lands, Death Veil, Pandemonium, Elysium, or Elemental Chaos.
Elysium or the Elemental Chaos. Then we can gate you.
Norn dropped unconscious and was gone. You guys left. You would know better where he is than I do. You know where I am. I'll see about getting there.
Was confirming what he saw and knew when it came to Norin. He was unconscious and gone after we left.
So I can only imagine that he was banished similarly.
Quiz says he will see what he can do. It sounded very quiz-like, so I'm sure he will come up with solutions or at least have fun in the process.
One way or another.
Quietly, I will grasp my emblem. I will ask, Monsieur Call, can you please bring back my companions, Norin and Chris, to me? Try for divine intervention.
Do it.
Oh, so close.
What'd you get?
It's a 23 instead of an 03.
That sucks. If only if you had your fate spinner here.
Our fate spinner? Yeah, we don't have a fate spinner. We
He's
never
got
did.
She goes, well, I don't know what you want to do. We can only pull him from those places. Can you get to one of those places?
We don't know. He's stuck very much in some sort of divine domain. Or the antithesis of what I would call a divine domain.
Fine. It doesn't necessarily mean it's good.
It's true. He is resourceful. At this point, I think Norin might even be on his own. We might just have to wait a day to see if Norin recovers, reach back out, see if we can get him back. He was our one transportation mode that was somewhat reliable.
It's true. So what do you guys want to do?
And we'll just go around and see if there's any people that need help, any people that we brought to the rock that need any healing or taking care of. If there aren't and they're all just doing their normal thing, he's just going to try and work on remodeling, demolition of the fucking pyramids next to his.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna go do is like I'm just gonna look at the pyramids. I'm just gonna check them out.
I do have stone shape prepared, so I can just start using some of that.
Is there anybody else you need me to reach out to, or anything else I can do? Says Lorquin. I have more sendings.
checking in on Glycerin.
Yeah, he'd be mad. He'd be mad. Well, I mean, good, but
Yeah.
there any indication that he would have known what the fuck happened?
I mean, he kind of communicates with the dead spirits around him.
So I figured he'd be okay again. It was in the thought process.
He is not doing well. He was in the death veil trying to find out what he could about some of the items. And something hit him. He was knocked unconscious. He was stripped of all of his gear. And now he's kind of trapped and upset. We can use our third charge to pull him back.
Let us bring Glycerin back to make sure that he is safe.
She will go to the cubic gate, open up the portal, pull Glycerin in. Glycerin comes back. You can see he's pretty much just like got like tattered cloth wrapped around his, like basically looks like a loincloth. Other than that, he's stripped down. You can see this big Y incision scar that's not even really sealed shut. You actually can just, it's not even a scar, it's just like a straight Y incision that's just closed. But at the Y, it's branded shut with the symbol of the Raven Queen. His skin is just, he's a drow, but his skin has this like kind of grayish tone to it. Like even like that black color has just kind of faded out from it. He just looks old, slightly withered. I was like, if you go setting fucking clothes or anything, that'd be really fucking nice.
Absolutely.
Everything I had, every fucking thing I had is gone. I was walking and I just got dropped. Something reached out to me from another plane of existence and tried to fucking kill me. I don't know why. No idea what was going on. But, yeah. Here I fucking am.
Is he at like 1 hit point, or is he?
Yeah, he's. You can. It looks like maybe he's taken partially a short rest. Like he's not bad, but he's not. I mean, he's not like. He's clearly like in the bloodied scale, though.
Yeah.
He's not
No.
injured at all or anything like that. But
Well, I'm gonna hit him with a 7th level heal, which is going to actually give him.
Lorcan will be like, "We do have healers here. You said you're traveling soon."
This creature, I do not think will find us. I think it will find Norin, with whom he was contracted, and we are not with Norin.
I don't know. I just say. I mean, if you want.
Do we have
can-
any other healers here that can
Yeah.
also aid in the removal of any potential diseases and things of that nature?
Yeah. We can handle diseases, plagues, not so much, but
Same.
Lantern doesn't seem to be affected by anything like that. He's just not in the best of.
Let's get this man some clothes. See to his wounds. We were unfortunately too bold, so we stepped into the fallen council's domain. I did my best to play quiet, to see if we could use some of our other party members' advantages to gain knowledge, to somehow manipulate these powers to aid us. It was extremely bold and foolish of us.
It's my bad.
They
Foolish is definitely the right thing.
heard our words and then spoke some words of power. Inflicted many of us, banished the rest. In short, to say it is our foolishness and lack of judgment that has led to the taking of your things in the state that you are in.
That sucks. Literally all I have is closed now. I do have these still, which is kind of nice. And he kind of like does something. You can see like he kind of undoes a strap, and then he has gloves on. And as soon as he puts the strap back on, they just go invisible. So that's good. But yeah, all my shit's gone. Kind of makes it hard for me to do what I do. Fucking bandoliers. Remember, you had the two bandoliers with all the fucking of returning with the knives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, none of that. I have a rough idea of who is around, so I may be able to look for him, find him, see what I can't do.
We can aid you in this. Go as a force, take back what is yours.
Right now I can't really do shit. Because I've got gloves of thievery and I've got my luck stone. That's still there.
I know you are not necessarily an up-close person, but I can give you some magic longswords.
Okay. I'm kind of more of a finesse guy.
We've got a merchant in town. We will see to it that you are outfitted.
Can be helpful. Let's do that then. Unless you guys have anything you're not using.
Unless you have any particular interest in a mundane longbow or a staff of light.
That sounds terrible. Right now, I want to get another eye patch. I did find some stuff out about the Death Veil, though. Was looking into the Spark of Bahamut. Have an idea, kind of, where it might be. Just have to get a little bit further, but I probably have it figured out. Granted, the person who was helping me probably also stole my shit, so it's kind of hard to say if they were actually leading me where I thought it was going to be, but I have an idea of where the Spark Forged item of Bahamut could be. Did you guys find anything about the Raven Queen? Or Spark?
Yes. I have my notes for that on me, unfortunately. Yes, we did.
Something.
Yes. Yeah, of course. So no one fucking notebook that I don't have on
I know you guys went and got more information on, or looking at getting more information on Ioun, Pelor, Melora, Cord, Sahanin, and Bahamut, but I don't think you guys ever did any extensive research under Raven Queen.
We didn't go to the Laurel Dragon for that.
You did extensive research on Melora, Cord, Sahanin, and Ioun, and you got the books on the 4 of them. But that was it, as far as like the book. But as far as the research, I only have marked down that you guys did Bahamut, Ioun, Pelor, Melora, Cord, and Sahanin. Granted, there's also a Kenku running around. I can tell you about how you guys don't always remember what you were doing.
Yeah.
It's been like a day now, and she's like, "You fucking left without me?" Cool, thanks, guys.
No, I remember what we were doing. We just also decided to be fucking dumb and clumsy and stuff. Look at how fucking amazing that was.
Yep, can't get to the abyss, so slowly but surely we will work our way through it. No additional information yet. The items of the Raven Queen, but we have the ability within our grasp. It's having. It is difficult to access that information, but we have the ability, which is much safer than traveling the plains to look blindly.
For sure. Well, I guess I'm gonna go and see what kind of wares you have for sale here. See what I can find out. What are you guys gonna do?
Fucking playing the waiting game. We got nothing we can do. Does this dude come and pick us up in 2-3 hours? Because I guess short rest.
Mark off short rest. Anything you guys want to do during that time?
Yeah, before my short rest, I will harness divine power. That way I can get a third level spell slot back. Yeah. After an hour, I would use it my last time to get another one back. Really, that's about it for just the short amount of time. I mean, we can attempt to reach out to Norin again, but what are the odds that he is already conscious? Only an hour passed, or an hour or two passed when we reached out to him.
Just like if you want, I can try again. I mean, it's been a little bit of time.
If you do not mind.
So reach out
Yes, twinkle.
and doesn't hear anything.
Yes. I assume you will be unconscious for an extended period of time. if he even makes it wherever he ended up.
You'll hear in your head, I know you don't like what I offer, but why don't you attune to me over your bandolier? I can offer you much, much more than that simple bandolier of shadows.
Is this ball?
Give me a insight.
20.
This is Ragazoo, which is the creature that lives in the Blade of Broken Mirrors. The sentience of the Blade of Broken Mirrors.
Nice friggin'. Quiz walks out through the gate. Deuces gate, dude. Walks on by. There's all these still those fucking things all over the place.
What things?
Glowing eyeballs.
Oh, when you walk out of the building, yeah, there's some, like, they're not like right there, but as you're walking through, you'll see some of them.
He's gonna
And
do
about-
shadows of Moyle and hide and move silently and sneak his way on out. I don't think he loses Shadow of Moyle as a spell if he takes the bandolier off, does he?
Yeah, well, not if you just take it off, but if you unattune from
Right.
it, you won't have it anymore.
Then he'll get out of the little enclave in front of the castle here, this little town city thing.
Yeah.
Any place beyond it to do any sort of hiding behind, in, around, underneath anything?
There's lots of places you think you could hide. I mean, the smoke creates kind of a fog, like a low-lying fog in a lot of places. In places where there's little dips and stuff like that, the smoke will kind of gather in those areas. So you can definitely find like places to kind of hide behind, between little like clouds of smoke and stuff.
We'll do that.
You are alone here, but I can assist you. You also have the blade that can allow you to assist yourself greatly. Your friends named you
They returned the
for
favor.
death and then abandoned you.
I don't think that was their choice.
Do you really think that you're better than them at resisting magics?
In that moment, yes.
Do you think maybe they were just willing to leave, unlike you? You were persistent.
I don't know about that.
Persistence is always a great trait to have.
I'm persistent to the point of being obnoxious.
I like obnoxious. I'm not saying that you abandon your friends like they did you. I'm just saying that you have the ability to reshape things in your hands.
I understand that.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a fully A fully equipped necklace. You could just ask for one.
Do that.
If you were to work with me, I would also be willing to help you with the spark of Bane, if that's what you want.
How would you go about doing that?
I could guide you to and through the Warlands, to the spark, and then I could help you to understand what it's going to take that spark. You know already that Norin looks to gain the spark of destruction. Do you really wish to simply gain the spark of trickery? And I could give you the spark of war and conquest.
That has a good sound to it. But I also have the ability to undo all those magics that have befallen us. And I'm actually leaning that way.
Sounds like you're planning on it.
I haven't been talked out of it.
Well, do as you wish. Clearly, you always do. Just know I could help you. If you wished, I could help you possess the spark of war. It's in your hands.
Trying to figure out the way to word it.
Give me a perception check.
26.
There's kind of a shadowy figure that seems to be standing off in the smoke, but as soon as you look at him, it's just the smoke kind of moves. He's not there anymore.
Who's gonna move over to where it was? And
Give me an investigation.
21.
There are 2 footprints. Humanoid. Human. There's nothing walking up to them. There's nothing walking away from them. There's just 2 footprints right there where you thought you saw them.
What size footprints?
Human. Oh, like a, I don't know, size 9, 9.5. Thinking, you may want to think quickly, Quiz. I can tell you that there are very few people who would choose not to use me.
Fine, let's do it.
What are you going to do?
Tune the blade broke in.
No. It is in its exalted state when you tune to it. So, are you going to undo the things that have been done? Or are you going to move towards something better?
I won't be undoing anything. Figure that this demon thing or whatever it is will be after us here in about an hour or less. Probably I'll get regrouped that way.
If he can reach here, or if he comes for anybody other than your friend Norn. Did he tell you all to be grouped up and ready?
Yeah, he did. But I was thinking if you wanted us, he'd come and get us. Either way. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
So you think a demon is going to be working in your favor?
Not really knowing whether or not it's in anybody's favor or not, but he'd given us. I was thinking if he wanted us all, he'd get us all together.
Or he dooms your friend Norn and sends him off on a mission that he can't succeed by himself in hopes to get him killed and thus capture his soul?
I'm not sure how that works.
The demon did come from a deck, did it not? It is random magic.
Yes.
So random.
So at this point, your choice is to continue on and try to find the spark of Sahanin and increase your ability to be tricky, harness the powers of moonlight and autumn, or we move on the spark of Bane and you become a force to be reckoned with, a conqueror of lands.
That's not really my thing. The force to be reckoned with is cool. Conqueror of lands. That would be that.
Have you ever tried it?
No, it's never appealed to me.
Interesting.
I'm okay with the force to be reckoned with.
Of course, now that you have the dagger out, you can turn invisible as an action. You remain invisible until you stop holding the dagger, attack, or cast a spell, if you want.
Right. Yeah.
Hmm?
Could go invisible. Invisible quiz.
Nice.
Fire envelops you, just wraps around you. You see everything just bursts into flames for a second, and you guys are on a small rock. Seems to be just floating in space. The rock, it looks to be made of bloodstone, perhaps. Norn is unconscious on the ground next to you. And the three of you are there. He's invisible. You can see him though. But you're floating out in just space. You're seeing little bits of mist, almost like nebulous, around and through here. It doesn't look like wild space. It doesn't look like anything you've ever encountered before. But we'll need a wisdom saving throw. You have disadvantage. Everybody else, it's flat.
Disadvantage. You guys get your +6.
29?
Instead of a nat 20, I get a 29 as well.
29?
29.
29?
23.
23. You have an uneasy feeling about you, but you shrug it off. You recognize it as something inside you is trying to push you into a rage. But you're like, why? It doesn't seem to quite affect you right away.
Like, I know I'm always mad, but what the fuck's going on, you guys?
Pissed off.
I will. I mean, check, is Norin alive?
Yeah, he's stable. You also can tell that he's been stripped down quite a bit. His cloaks are pulled away. They're like, he doesn't have a backpack on anymore. His bag of holding's gone. Like, he's stripped down. He still has armor on, but his armor kind of blended with his body, so it's kind of hard to tell where his armor started and where his armor ended. And inside of one of his like chitinous black plates on his side, you'll see that there's like a little bit of a black glow, so you're guessing he still has his rod. The center of his thing still has like an eye of Gufa on him, which you recognize as the talisman that he pulls off if he wants to give it to somebody else, but when he's wearing it, it just becomes this eye in the middle of his armor. But other than that, looks like and the chain is wrapped around him, but it's like the way that once it's attuned, it becomes like links. So there's no way to really take it off without ending the attunement. So he has the chain of the patron, the eye of the patron, the wraps of my god, and he has this spear. But other than that, you're not necessarily seeing anything else on him. But he's alive.
Well, that's good, but everybody out here getting robbed.
There's nothing like floating around us, like taking a look. There's nothing that seems to be around
There's
us.
different rocks and stuff like that. You appear to be in an asteroid field that seems to have like kind of little bits of nebula like spread throughout it, just like this reddish gas kind of cloud mist in different areas. Other than that, you're like deep in the middle of this asteroid field. So you're looking off and you're seeing like rocks, and you're seeing like at points like rocks smash into each other and make little other rocks which fly off in different directions and such. It's all this like bloodstone looking like just heavy, deep, black red rock that has like little cracks of red throughout it. When they collide too, you'll see these rocks will like smash into each other, and there's a little burst of that mist kind of coming from them.
Think of the little demon guy's the one who brought us here.
You say this is a disembodied voice to him.
I know. It's like, the fuck, I heard a quiz. Where is he?
I suppose so.
How big is our asteroid?
It's probably about 60 feet wide.
Okay, so we're not standing around like the little prince on just like
Just like a tiny
just like a little mound.
Like there's some room spread out, but not excessively. You guys are all right together on like a flat spot that's slightly dipped in, like a little bit like a crater.
Oh, goody.
Go over and drop a heal into Norin just to wake him up.
Okay.
Not heal itself. I'm gonna start with something low just to see if it actually works, functions on him. So we'll do a cure wounds, which is 2d8 plus, because I'm casting it at first. So yeah, so 20 hit points.
Works. It kind of comes through. Ugh.
Norin,
Oh, where are we?
floating on a bloodstone rock, who knows where, thanks to your demon friend.
Well, we knew that the spark of destruction was, in theory, in rage space. So I'm guessing that this is rage space.
I can glean or ascertain the direction of it if we so choose. But I'm somewhat confident that your demon friend may have also set us at least on a correct trajectory towards the spark.
Well, Right now we're on this. Luckily we're on a rock. It seems to be big enough that it has a little bit of its own atmosphere, but I can tell it's a little bit stale here. Meaning we don't have a lot of oxygen. Which could be an issue.
I always forget that other creatures do need to breathe.
Yeah, man.
If we could give ourselves air bubbles through some way, we could attempt to travel through here. Or we can ride this rock and see where it's going.
I think the chances of this rock colliding with another are probably pretty high.
True. Then again, as you said, we were brought to this place. Is he going to lead us down the wrong path?
If we try to rest and recuperate from the absolute error of our ways, then we could attempt to augur or commune, glean answers that way before we exhaust resources. But again, I don't know how much time we have oxygen-wise.
Oh, we're not. The air is not foul yet. We still have, the three of us, probably at least a couple of days. Then we could always. Where's all my stuff?
We were banished to separate planes. Unfortunately, you were banished when you were unconscious. Your stuff, I would assume, was stripped from you, as that is what also happened to Glitzer. He lost everything, mostly.
He wasn't wearing any pants.
He was pretty much naked, yes.
Luckily, my armor is pretty much part of my body at this point. I keep this close at hand, and like he pulls the rod out, but you can see like literally like little tentacles on his side just kind of like open up, and like this chitinous armor kind of allows the rod to come out. And he just puts it back, and you can see they just like eagerly pull it in, and like plates of his like it looks kind of like studded leather, but it's studded leather that has like pieces of almost like shell instead of the studded, like the studs. And just kind of like two of them just kind of like open up, take it, and then like close back in. Well, I was gonna say we could always leave if need be, but I don't have that capability anymore. So we probably have a couple of days, and then we're gonna need to figure out what we're doing.
I can cast air bubble. Do you need to breathe?
I do not.
I can cast air bubble.
Oh, well, that's helpful then.
I can.
It says that voice from
Right. We can. You still have the ability to use a teleportation circle, do you not?
Do I have the ability to use a teleportation circle? I don't think so.
It is what you've used before, right?
Yeah, no, he does not have teleportation circle. Telepathic bond.
It's not part of your
Understep.
rituals that you know?
You can't cast teleportation circle as a ritual.
Oh, no.
No. Yes, instant summons, telepathic bond, contact other plane, commune with nature, commune, awaken undead, divination, and then weaker ones. Meld into stone.
That's a good one.
For 8 hours while melded into the stone, I don't think that you'd necessarily be breathing. If we got desperate, we could do that.
That is true.
I can breathe underwater. Has anybody got like a fish bowl and some water? I just can't breathe in not air.
I can make anybody
in
breathe.
space.
We can make anybody breathe in water, but we don't have water. And again, that's still assuming that the water is in contact with air. After enough time, water out in space still will lose its oxygen. It'll become foul, polluted, same way that the air in this bubble will. But we have time. We can do some spells. Did you want me to commune, or I can attempt to I can check and make sure that this rock is solid like we think it is and there's nothing else to it by doing commune with nature, or I can commune, or I can contact other plane.
I think making sure the rock is as it is a good call.
Yeah, making sure it's not like some kind of space rock monster. I don't think this is an asteroid. Yeah, I don't think it's.
Or if there are any other creatures on the other side of this rock.
You know, we don't want to make anybody mad if they like live here. You know.
There are no powerful celestial, fey, fiends, elements, or undead within 3 miles of us. The terrain of these rocks, each of these rocks seems to be as is. They're just floating meteors within 3 miles. There's nothing special to them. There's no buildings or anything like that. And I can tell that this place is influencing us, attempting to incite a spark of rage within us. I don't know what that does.
I don't know what it does for you guys, but for me, it's great. Love this shit.
Sure.
I love it, I tell you. Anybody says otherwise, I'll fuck them up.
That's kind of what we worry about.
Hey, man. Good at fucking people.
It's not on there. I'd have to find it there. It's okay. Don't need that. What do you guys want me to do next? I'm going to attempt to commune. That's going to give me 3 questions, yes or no, from my god. Or I can contact other plane and get 5 questions with a chance of going mad.
I can enhance your ability and embolden you so that that chance is significantly lower.
Wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. It is.
It's a check or a save.
It's an intelligence check. Yeah. DC 15. No, I'm sorry. When you cast a spell, you must make a DC 15 intelligence saving throw.
Oh, okay. God bless us and embolden.
Would be a bad idea.
I will do so.
Sure.
See what information we can glean.
So, got a talisman if I need it. I get 2d4.
2D.
And you're giving me a flat roll, but I have disadvantage on saving throws. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20 with your aura. So he is fine. What 5 questions do we want to ask?
Are we on a direct course to the Sparkforged artifact of Gruumsh?
Are we on a direct path to the Sparkforged item of Gruumsh? Maybe.
Maybe.
It could mean we're on a direct path, but we could be moved from that path. We have 4 more questions. And we're in space. No.
If we stay on this rock, would we reach the artifact within 1 week? If our course is not altered? Is that too complicated?
This one doesn't want to fucking work. Sorry. So what do we want to ask him? Let's just get him a volume change.
If our course is unaltered, would we reach the location of the Sparkforged artifact of Gruumsh within 1 week?
Yes.
Well, there we go. This is good to know.
That's good now. 3 more.
We could try to glean if we would reach it even in less than a week.
Would we reach it in a day? No.
How about within the amount of time that we have for breathing on this rock?
Would we reach the Sparkforged artifact before running out of oxygen on this rock? Maybe?
Don't do anything too strenuous.
Well, if you cast air bubble, that also gives us 24 hours of not using this, so we might want to use that now when we don't need it, theoretically. Cool.
Does it get 3 people?
Yeah, me and 2 others.
Nice. Convenient. You'll look a little
1 question left.
Are we capable? I feel like we've already asked that question. Are we capable of retrieving Sparkforged artifact Gruumsh. We'll probably just get a maybe answer.
Are we
Depends on how the
capable?
dice roll.
Yes. We are capable.
There we go. Best news we've had all day.
Absolutely. That's our 5. Yeah, so we should reach it within a 10-day of travel. I don't see any reason to worry.
We can try to keep our eyes peeled and make sure that no large objects are coming on a collision course towards us. Keep watch.
Don't want to get smashed up.
We'll need to rest. Since it does not seem we will reach the artifact today, Badun, come over and cast heal on Norin.
Norin goes, hold on, and goes, and pulls out his guy. It's like I can heal myself as well.
You do recover magic much more quickly.
Yeah, and he's like completely fine. He goes, now at the end of a short rest, I'll have all that back. He kind of sits down and just kind of relaxing. Anything else you guys want to do at the moment?
Not particularly, no.
Quiz, are you injured? Golrak, are you okay?
I am fully and totally okay. As far as I can tell.
Just fool around, try and make sure nothing comes at us. Straight for us.
Norn will also kind of like, if things start to get within freaking like 600 feet, he'll freaking hit him with blasts. You can see it's in the kind of like deflex it a little bit. Anything's coming right at you guys. If I could do this pretty much all day. At the end of a short rest, I need a wisdom saving throw. You have disadvantage.
It's 26.
Same thing, 26.
I roll for
Hopefully it
him.
doesn't get like progressively worse.
He's fine. Again, you just have that feeling of rage once you. What'd you get?
16.
16. You're like almost forced into a rage. But you shrug it off. But you guys get that feeling like this anger is like just like permeating you. The sound of Norn's Eldritch blasts are just excessive. You're like, dude, that one wasn't even gonna fucking hit us. You have to be shooting at it, like sort of just like that feeling, just that uneasiness like about you at this point. It hit you the first time, and the second time it hit you was probably maybe about 4 hours in.
This effect happens many times a day where we're going to be pushed to our limits, see if we can withstand this rage.
Cool.
I haven't been faring too well against it, so I want you guys to be very aware, and if there's anything you can do to put me asleep, assist me, knock me out, throw me in a bag, and make sure I'm not going to hurt anybody.
Yeah, it's really funny coming from you.
I had to say it.
You utterly have the capability to remove the heads off of any of our bodies with sheer ease.
I just want y'all to know I don't want to.
Well, I guess that's for now. All we can do is wait and see what happens.
Tie a rope around my ankle and just pitch me off a rock or something. I can't fly.
We can all fly. We're in the astral sea, so we can pretty much just move ourselves where we wish to go.
It is the breathing part that is the fun one.
And we have that covered. I've thought about what I'm looking for to the best of my knowledge, and I feel like we are currently moving on this rock in the correct direction. So I don't feel that there's a reason that we necessarily need to change our direction or leave the rock. Right now, if something happens, we at least have an atmosphere that we're not consuming. So, I say we enjoy the ride for now.
Indeed.
Is there any other questions or anything you guys wish for me to ask? I want to try that again.
Say, I got it.
I think we're on the correct path. I don't know what else we would glean.
Nothing. I can also just simply commune. There's no fail chance the first time I do that. It gives me 3 questions.
Again, nothing necessarily comes to my mind at the moment. I almost feel like some air needs to be cleared. What exactly happened in that fallen domain? I feel like things went so far south so quickly. That creature, Bane, was he the one to speak whatever words that assaulted these named creatures?
Him or one of his proxy. I feel like we were in the divine domain of the gods. They have near perfect omnipotence there.
There was one thing to be said that we somehow survived it. There's another thing to be said about how we are allies and are naming each other.
I was just going with the flow.
Something said about that. Okay,
And
what
it
do you
was. It felt like you probably had a better chance than any other name I could think of. Orquin was on my mind, and I kind of would rather you get fucked over than her. No offense.
Honestly, I was trying to make up a name and he didn't like it, so came up with this person that I thought that would be able to handle whatever was going to happen the best, not knowing the consequences of whatever was going to happen at the time.
Having a little extra time since all that happened.
Having some time to think
I
about it.
regret using your name. And there's one I really would have rather have used now that I think about it, but didn't think of it at the time. But it is what it is.
We're all four here. I think, given that, we're no worse for wear. And why would you want to clear the air anyways? You don't use it.
Well, occasionally I use figures of speech, as I know their meaning. I hope that we can be at peace with each other and the things that we have done, understanding that we all know each other's strengths and abilities, and that we are in the shit together. I would not want to hit the reset button on essentially finding new compatriots. You are all formidable. You are all strong. Despite not working well in certain occasions as a team, I feel like we can and have worked together well as a team. And I would like to continue to see us do so.
I feel like we work well enough together to protect our own asses. But when our only threat is each other, I don't know what will happen.
That's why I want to have this discussion. I do not feel like any of you should be threats to me or to one another. But clearly, we all may feel differently about that.
It's possible.
If, let's say, we win and we get rid of the Four Horsemen and the Divine Council and the Dark Council, go back to their normal war, and the material plane is returned to its normal essence. What would stop you from viewing us as a threat?
The fact that we have, at that point, moved many a milestone and overcome many a great obstacle for peace. See, that is my existence. And whether my patron would consider my task to be done, I would not blame her if she removed that spark of life that she hath given me at that point.
I would say she doesn't, and that you continue to be this holy angel paladin blessed with the powers of your god. What keeps you from coming after us? I've seen the way you look at us when you sense the divine natures around you.
Your natures are troubling. It is hard to be amongst you. This is true. And the items that give me my power are in conflict. I am not the type of person to strike down a friend.
You proved that to be untrue
When?
earlier today.
And how was that?
I mean, we all struck each other down, except for the Golrak over here.
Who chose one of our main allies? Who is, as I would consider him, one of our group.
He's kind of a dick. And that's coming from me.
Hey, I think that he's kind of a dick too, but again, the only reason that I named Glycerin is because I had no idea what was going to happen, and I figured that he would be capable of handling himself should something happen.
No, I mean, none of us had any idea what was going to happen. I had an idea what was going to happen when Bane,
You
were
may
the-
have, but
the
I
dead
don't.
three in front of you, basically say that you need to name someone you care about, or name an ally.
But you picked me and I picked you, and he picked somebody else. And we don't know who you picked, but I had to fucking fix that thing twice. So
I'm
that
not-
kind of tells me a little something about you.
do not know which item to which you refer, as I do not understand or glean the nature, but I did name you, Chris, because, unfortunately, of our friends, you are the one that I care about most, for many reasons.
It's cool. Let's go fuck myself.
I am candid, and I speak the truth, as I know the people who have had each other's backs on and off, and those of us who have had conflict with each other on and off. Understanding or gleaning the nature of these creatures that did that to us. It is either their job to eliminate us or to sow chaos within our morale and
I
our
call that
ranks.
seeds of discord.
Yes.
But I believe that due to my now decreased ability to ward off certain events, I would seek your assistance in that area more often.
I can do this.
Give me a perception check.
18. No.
You started at 10, right?
Yeah, 26.
For a moment, you see a shadowy figure standing off on the rock behind him. But as soon as you're talking to him and you see this figure, as soon as your eyes turn to it, it disappears.
And I want you to know, they're looking for me. Ball and his associates.
I would not be surprised to know that they are looking for any of us at this point.
I'm pressuring me specifically. So if one day I should just happen to wind up dead, know that
It wasn't me.
it wasn't me.
Well, again,
Probably wasn't Noran.
I feel
He
like
doesn't know where I sleep.
in the strangest ways possible, our largest downfalls and our greatest assets are each other. And so, here we sit. Being a creature that has not been sentient and around other creatures that have allied with it, I know a handful of people, so I was put in quite the predicament. I do not know if I will be able to cope with my decision well. But I do hope you understand that I speak from a place of truth when I say that I would have much rather not named any of you. But for some personal reason felt compelled to do so. It was of my own will and I was not forced.
They were reaching in our minds. They were eventually going to say something. When I felt the incursion into mine is when I said your name.
Fortunately, your name was the first one that popped up in mine as well. Like
What
I said,
is interesting, it must mean that you two care about each other in some way or
Oh,
another.
No, I was thinking of Laura Quinn was actually the person who I was thinking of. And so as soon as I felt something trying to breach my mind to find that name, I gave it a different name.
But Bale or Bane or whoever was the actor upon
I
this
think that was Bane.
considered you all to care for each other as they took it as a worthy name. I'll take that as a win.
Yeah, that's an optimistic way of looking at it.
You mean to say you have a crush at school?
After you spend so many traumatic events with one another, I feel like there is a way to feel much closer. No judgment.
Those
from
kind of
me.
relationships never last. Just saying.
Trauma bonding.
Doesn't work.
It's usually very unhealthy, but here we are. I want you all to know that I have given my life for you, and I will do it again when that time comes.
I figure mine will be taken eventually. But before then, I'm gonna have a hell of a good time.
No one has death, so that's cool.
Got rid of that.
I have rapid resurrection magics. Over time, I could raise dead, but it would take me a day to prepare that spell.
I can kind of do it in 10 minutes, but not quite the same.
Are we talking me here, or
I can make one of you guys more like him.
Oh, animate dead.
no?
Just kind of bring
Well,
you,
kind of.
just kind of bring your mind back into your body.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure if your soul would be there still. You would seem the same. Mentally, you'd be the same person. But I guess your soul could be lost to whatever afterlife.
Very odd.
I don't know.
Cross that bridge when we get to it.
Fuck that bitch.
While we're just randomly floating around on these objects,
This.
this object, does anyone feel compelled
Yes.
to use
Yes.
this time
Yes.
to wish to start our draining of the Four Horsemen's power?
That's what we're going to do. Might not be a bad idea.
We could wish. I liked the idea of maybe a square mile of land on
But the first thing to do is come in and attack it.
each
Vaporize
plane.
it.
Well, I mean, it's hard to sense a mile of land on such a giant rock in the astral sea. Wish for a mile of land to be healed once a day or once a week, to be able to become bountiful and fruitful, create growth.
I thought of that. I was also thinking, I mean, we can try something like a mile, but that is relatively large. I was thinking of maybe doing something a little bit smaller, but maybe more vibrant, if you will. I was thinking the spell Druid Grove, perhaps. If we're going to go outside the parameters of the spell, we could effectively wish that a Druid Grove, which is only maybe about 100 foot by 100 foot area, could come through, but that would give us would make a vibrant living area. We could have it to where it had protections, grove guardians, such as awakened trees and stuff, and that may help if we gave them the task of using that 90 foot of land to grow plants and food,
Stuffs.
vegetables, fruits.
Medicine.
I like that idea.
They could potentially do
Herbs.
that.
That is a great idea. Should we increase the regularity, or should we keep it at such a low time frame as we
Well, if we're already
I was thinking we
going
could do that
outside the
like
parameters.
a daily thing?
a daily thing, once per 10 day. I mean, I don't know how much we can do without,
Completely
Sparking.
living reality.
well, not just that, but without sparking
Their attention.
their attention. Plus, at some point, I think we'd need to make sure we worded it to where there's an end, because I would hate for us to eventually get to the point where we fix all of this, and then you can't build civilizations without cities being overrun
By growth.
with vegetation and growth and such.
That's true. We could just
So,
simply put a contingent that
upon the destruction of the Four Horsemen.
We could also do it in the material plane, or we could also wish this in the plague lands. Creatures of the plague lands would do better in a druid grove, and in theory, if we did that, we would be weakening pestilence, not as much famine, but pestilence, and
Well, depends on what's growing there. I mean, if there's food growing there, it weakens famine as well.
potentially. The plague lands seem to be tied more to him, but I can't say for sure. But that would be also less detrimental in the long term.
that is true.
It might allow powerful allies to find sanctuary in the plague lands.
I like it. It sounds good.
I like that idea as well.
So why don't we do once per day a random area of the plague lands? One of those spells is cast. That way, if he comes in and finds one of these, he just destroys it, but there still might be 15 others somewhere.
Exactly. Once per 10 day, and maybe once per 10 day in the plague lands, and once per month in the material plane. Starting now, moving forward, a random place is afflicted or is benefited by the Druid Grove spell, being protected by grasping undergrowth, Druid Guardians,
Growing foodstuffs and herbs.
and the Guardians being commanded to grow foodstuffs and give it to passersby.
I like that.
You're gonna have to cast it, because you know how I am with plants and shit.
I could do this.
Got it, or you need the luck blade?
I will need to attune. Reaches to the nothingness and pulls out a luck blade.
Some shit.
Spend the hour unattuned to the shield, attuned to the luck blade.
Absolutely. Wisdom saving throw from everybody. You have dispatch.
That's a good one.
26.
32.
28.
Everybody's all fine. Still feeling that urge, but
It's not getting
you're
any
pushing it off.
worse, is it?
No.
I don't think so.
Doesn't seem like it's getting any worse. Actually seems like it was significantly less forceful at that point. Could be just because you all just blew it away, or who knows, it's hard to say.
We all rolled really well, and at this point we're like, yeah, we're used to it. Oh, grab the luck blade. Make the wish.
Lay it on me.
Shall we touch on all the hide points one more time?
Yeah, I suppose it is always best to make sure that we are accurate.
We want this to happen. This druidic spell. Druid growth, what the fuck was it?
Druid
A-
growth.
A permanent druid growth.
Druid grove. It is.
Druid growth.
It only lasts, what, a day?
If you cast it in the same exact space over and over, I believe it becomes permanent.
What we need to do is have it cast here.
Permanent,
Cast.
yeah, make it permanent.
Here and somewhere else random. Have it cast here, and somewhere else random. So that if this one can make it to the point where it's permanent, we can cast it somewhere else.
We can just make it to our permanent ones
Just make them
Just
permanent.
make it permanent.
from the start.
Okay. Then
It's weird. I thought that one was just. I thought that was the permanent one. I don't see it say that on there though. Oh yeah, there is. If the spell is cast in the same area every day for a year, the spell lasts until dispelled.
but who's permanent? As if it had been casted for a year.
And the spells on it only affect one aspect of it, typically.
Have every aspect active to help that. That way it's more.
Yes.
And, don't forget the strategic exit.
And it will do this until the Four Horsemen are contained or have met their end.
Let's just call it destroyed.
I think we read that it is in their nature to not be able to be destroyed.
Contained.
They must be imprisoned.
Just contained or
You can destroy them, they just come back.
are no longer
I'm no longer a threat to the
Effectual.
material plane.
effectual.
You have to destroy them and then imprison them in their destroyed state before they return.
Or until they've been correctly imprisoned.
is probably something we might need to get our hands on, the ability to cast imprisonment.
Definitely seems like the way that we need to be going.
Maybe someday.
Lock these hoes up. Well, I mean, I was just ready to kill them. I didn't know we needed to have a whole other level of locking them up.
We will also need gemstones larger than the ones that you have if we are to do that. Or some sort of item to contain them in order to do that.
Yeah, shit, that
No,
does seem...
those are regular 5,000 rupees gemstones.
The ones you had were not.
That
They were
contain them.
not.
Those were
They
not,
were
right?
not.
Those were very, very fancy.
Some other
Like
type of
Bigger
gemstones,
stones that had the big,
yes.
remember they had
Yeah,
big
that's-
claw
that's
marks in it?
Claw mark, yeah.
Yeah, they were,
They were not emeralds or black sapphires.
were-
They were gemstones.
Yeah.
they were very.
Something dug out by a
Special.
fucking
Because
crack,
Hila
right?
said all manner of gemstones. So not only did we get the mundane ones, we got the big, beefy, holy fucking shit ones.
We might need to do some research and where to come up with stuff like that.
Yes. Which, luckily, we have a library or access to one. Oh my god. But the pressure is real. Am I really going to do this? Wonderful.
Cause you know, for them, that fuck it up. I love the time.
Do recall that once I do this, it could take me days to recover.
Well, that should be interesting. It's going off the spark for each item, but okay.
Just saying.
Well, from our questions, I mean, hopefully, should have enough time to recover. More than a day, but less than a week, right?
Right.
Could take a couple of days to recover. You're looking at, it never wants to actually load anything. Yeah, 2 to 8 days, just depending.
We know that it's going to be about a 10 day, 1 week. So just keep that in mind. I will not be completely useless, but I will be in a weakened state.
Well, let's do it.
Let's see what you got. No pressure.
Cast the spell. I wish that a permanent version of the Druid Grove spell appears once a 10-day in the Plague Lands and once a month on the material plane in a random location, outfitted with every beneficial effect that it has, with its Grove Guardians feeling tasked to grow healthy foodstuffs and herbal medicines. And for this to occur repetitively until the 4 horsemen are destroyed and contained. I did say permanent at the beginning.
Okay.
Okay. One of the beads turns to dust. So that, in theory, can start messing up pestilence, famine, and death. What are we gonna do with war?
We have one other wish.
I wish for war. you roll?
Can no longer wish.
Now what'd you get?
29.
29. Ouchie.
Not like a Dune was ever supposed to wish anyway. But if he's gonna spend his one wish on anything, it'd be that.
Then your strength is dropped to 3, 4, 6 days. But for each of those days that you spend resting, doing nothing other than light activity, the remaining recovery time is decreased by 2 for each day. So if you don't do anything, it's only going to be 3 days.
And shortly thereafter, I would reattune.
Of course.
Give me a little plate back.
What percentage did you roll?
29.
29. You rolled what, 34?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
I need
That's kinda close.
Yeah.
So yes, you will never wish again. But you are weakening the 4 horsemen. So, what do you want to do over the next couple of days?
Rest. Do we get a long rest?
Do you want to take a long rest? You can take a long rest.
Certainly.
I need a wisdom saving throw. You have disadvantage.
20?
Good.
31.
Very good.
And 26.
Very good.
15.
And because we took a long rest, I also need one more wisdom saving throw.
Every 4 hours.
Disadvantage. It's every 4 hours. There are 6 saves a day.
Damn! 36.
20? You're good?
30.
30. But you are just so tired of being on this little fucking rock. These people, you can hear them breathing, echoing
You can hear
inside of
most
that.
them.
Like it's echoing inside of their bubbles that they're asking for you to put on them. You can hear the flaps of his wings as he's moving around. Norin blasting pointlessly at rocks that aren't even getting close. It's just, you're just so fucking done with them, but you push it off.
Walks on the other side of the rock.
And then as the day starts to go through, I need one last saving throw from everybody. You have disadvantage, and this is the end of the 24 hours, so you guys will be unaffected by Hero's Feast after the save.
That's it. Oh, I haven't been adding my 6 to it. Or should you be adding a 6 to it?
Yeah.
If you
I
stay by me.
I haven't been.
You're probably staying roughly within range once you're aware of kind of how this is happening.
Yeah. 26.
So, yeah,
29.
so you're all good. Hero's Feast fades from everybody.
Bit 8.
That 8.
So what does that do?
Your hit points
Hit point maximum drop by
drop by 20. Are you casting aid anymore?
Yeah.
So what's that giving everybody?
So
40?
it gives 40 to Norin, Quiz, and myself.
So it's
So if you just refresh, I got you.
okay. Cool. Thank you.
I put you from 60 to 40.
Thank you.
Cool. Cool. What do you guys want to do while resting?
Just relaxing and recuperating.
Do we want to try to dial in exactly how many days out we are?
Might as well.
Maybe throw out this last wish. Do something against the war.
What would we do? Once a day on the material plane, and in the abyss, and in pandemonium, and in elemental chaos, and in the astral sea. A battalion of fighters decide to lay down their arms and retire.
Or like once per day, one beef is squashed.
One beef is squashed.
Maybe not those exact
Yeah,
words.
there's a photo
One,
somewhere you're supposed
one
to once.
pig somewhere
That's
just
what's
is
squashed.
completely fucking.
Missed the cow.
That's not what I meant! It's not what I
Yeah,
meant!
a cow somewhere.
I'm so
Meteors.
literal.
So
Oh.
cast meteor shower on one herd of cows per day.
All these people are like,
Overkill.
oh, there's
All of
lot
that food stuff that we're trying to grow is fucked. But yeah, effectively, once a day, a diplomatic solution is found that prevents a physical altercation. I don't know.
I mean, diplomatic solutions can be found all the time. Doesn't necessarily mean that it
Stops.
actually stops the war. I think the probably best course of action is to try to change the hearts of people. Once per day, somebody lets go of a grudge they have, or something like that.
That's a bit
So,
about finding
each planet
non-violent
existence?
solutions.
Isn't that each planet existence?
Some leader, someone in power. Should we make it that specific?
Could. That might be drastic.
I think narrowing it would be a little bit better than being specific, because it's you don't necessarily want every street person in the world to have benevolence in their heart all of a sudden. But it would behoove us to have people that are a little bit more powerful. But again, it's hard to
And if it's only one
specify.
every so often, depending. Although having a giant, amazing commander all of a sudden decide they don't want to do this anymore absolutely could attract the attention of someone. They stop their entire battalion. That's a problem. But those are the people that we need to stop.
This is true.
I am in favor of doing something like that.
I am as well. I just think figuring out the logistics would be our most challenging endeavor in that part.
Would be.
Once a day, a conflict comes to a peaceful resolution. No, that can be twisted out of context. A little piece over here, a little piece over there. Or once one side is completely dead, now it is peaceful. Yeah, not going with that one. How do you get even the most evil creatures where it is in their nature to stop warring?
Give them what they want.
Guess we won't exactly ever affect them. Something like this.
Surely this should not affect them.
Right. But only affect the people that do have a choice. That could be better.
What about something along the lines of trying to work back from the oldest conflicts?
Like, what do you mean?
Like something along the lines of once a day, the eldest or oldest conflict that exists in all the realms is solved through nonviolent means. I feel like that might knock out some pretty big ones and not necessarily worry about specific modern conflicts. We're not going to have to worry about solving Joe Blow getting ripped off by the baker down the street before we have to deal with.
But it might fix the Hatfields and McCoys.
Yep.
Also might rip reality, depending on how it's taken.
Is that too much?
I mean,
Damn.
it could go, the oldest conflict was back when these creatures were existed, and then we just stopped existing. We hit the reset button in our timeline for everything. I mean,
Maybe we started the most recent conflict and go that way. Every day. The most
Well, and I'm
recent
hoping
conflict.
that non-violent qualifier prevents a lot of that kind of stuff from happening.
Existence is violent.
But some of us would simply cease to exist.
I was about to say,
without
now the
violence.
semantics we're going to enter in here.
Without the violence, some of us would simply cease to
it is
exist.
true I worship a
Boom!
peaceful God, but it was a very violent act that brought me into existence.
Yeah, I only live to hit stuff, you guys.
But your ancestors, so did they. What if they ceased to exist?
They lived, well, they did. They lived to hit rocks.
Did
That
they?
was what they did.
They
It's
lived to
very
hit
violent if you're a rock.
elves.
Yeah, I mean, I bet.
Dust. I mean, I do also like that, though. I think that is an interesting wording. Like the most recent conflict, once a day gets resolved through peaceful and non-violent means.
Means that
Which-
don't specifically put someone else at a disadvantage.
Won't necessarily undo what war has done, but will absolutely
Stop it from proceeding.
have him from having a hard time of progressing in theory. But
Then
he
again, I mean,
has-
what level of conflict is it? School children that are fighting over food.
Well, guess what?
Every day.
That makes war stronger.
You know?
And honestly, those are some of the instances
The
that
things that-
inspire violent people to live violent lives.
True. So he could potentially not get stronger, but
we
I don't
want
know
to
how much that would weaken him as opposed to.
I don't think it would
That would
be, I don't think
probably-
it would be an immediate detrimental effect, but I think the lack of gaining strength would grind and show definitely a positive effect in taking him out of power.
Plus, it's the most recent conflict. I mean, how
Those
many
ones-
conflicts
those
per
ones that-
seconds
that-
are
that-
there?
That escalate and could be the seed of the next apocalypse.
I know one way that we could get his attention is just say that once a day on each plane of existence, some leader in some form or another chooses a non-violent or peaceful means to resolve conflict over violence.
But that might not even get his attention or affect it.
Well,
If
then-
one leader in a war decides he wants to do or to resort to peace, doesn't mean the other leader,
right.
goes. He could, like, I command you all to lay down your arms, and then they
The
could get
other
man
wiped
just
out.
massacres them.
Right. That is true.
And then he just got blasted.
So anyway, the other side started blasting.
He just started blasting. It's like,
Right.
why is everybody blasting so much? God damn it. Why are they
And
all
we
dead?
don't want more casualties because then death gets stronger.
It's ridiculous.
We all knew that war was going to be the more complicated one to deal with. How about once a day,
Both
war's
sides are
heart grows a centimeter in size?
gross.
Yes.
Yeah, cringy style.
Well, now
Reminds me of the tale of the Gruumsh.
We have a similar tale of
His-
of a guy called the Gruumsh.
His heart grew 3 sizes that day, and he decided to not be a dick anymore.
Son of a bitch.
Sounds like my own carditis.
It's been like it's like Jesus.
Heart inflammation is not very good.
Not a fun time.
Oh. Increasing the size of one's heart is actually kind of deadly because it means your blood pressure is too high. It's been too high for too long.
I don't think these things
Just
are
drop dead.
necessarily living anyway. I think War would care if his heart was actually literally growing in his body.
It
He'd
could be-
probably just rip it out and be like, I'm done.
Calling it its heart would be more like the pumping muscle rather than.
Exactly. His aspect on life,
Yes.
which would completely change the absolute nature of that being, which would absolutely affect reality. So we should not do that. We should not do that. It'd be like, I wish the war was dead. We don't want to do that.
And then suddenly we have Death War.
It's like, yeah,
Death
come on.
and Death War.
Yes.
Undead, dead, war, zombie.
Death war, yeah, we just make
Yeah.
it worse. Yes.
We're just became undead.
They
War
do
is
the
now
dance
death.
and then they combine, and you're like,
War
what do
is
we
probably
do?
undead. I can't imagine the creatures that call themselves the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse are living in
They're titans. They don't need to live.
capacity
Nor
or
are they
another.
dead.
They're living like celestial beings or like divine entities are living. Primordials are living. By the way, from my research, I think we might need primordial gemstones to capture a titan, and it would only work if it was dead.
Primordial gemstones.
Yeah.
Now there's a task. Find some of those.
I mean, 4 primordial gemstones.
Just 4.
How hard could that be? Hey, we could wish for them.
4, right?
Wish for 4 primordial gemstones.
Yeah, that seems like the best, great move.
Saw how well it worked last time.
Let's be a little more specific
I feel like
with
you all
where-
would have the
with-
experience in that.
with where they would come from. That's really what we need to concentrate on. Wish for 4
Bahamut
primordial
came and talked to
gemstones
us.
out of thin air. Otherwise, we'll get ones that have already
Bahamut.
have been used to entrap something that we don't really want to release.
You've gained the attention of platinum dragons, you have warped time. Is there anything you guys haven't done?
Defeated the 4 horsemen.
There. Nailed it.
Made a great plan.
Hey, I thought we've had some great plans, just maybe not the most solid execution.
Keep a good plan the fuck away from me. Just saying.
Apparently.
I just want you
Is
to know.
it more, were we doing better with the more fly by the seat of the pants?
I really prefer
Attitude.
that.
I feel like you could say, like, is there anything we haven't done? General good.
generally not fuck shit up.
That does not help me feel any better, thank you.
It does not compute.
You've done some good things.
Like,
Void Base F.
Very great.
yeah, but Void Base F came into existence when we pulled the card, which means that the strife and the dilemmas that those people had to live through for years was because of us pulling that card. We brought into existence a location that was cursed. And then we killed all the inhabitants. And yeah, there's people there now that we're helping, but it's less than the amount of people that we murdered.
I'm really confused now because the card that you drew. Have you guys done? Did we draw? Did you guys know me before you met me?
Uh-huh.
You know,
I didn't, at least. I don't know about those
we've
guys.
drawn from cards multiple times. We've
Oh,
found
different
multiple-
decks.
Different decks.
That's how we got Void Base F.
All right.
But
Okay.
Void Base F was infested with creatures from
The Far Realm.
Far Realm.
But it was only infested with creatures from the Far Realm because of
Drawing the card.
drawing the card.
That is true. They did know that that was a void base that they had given up on. Right.
I don't know. It seemed innocuous enough. And for some reason, Void Base F was the one that was picked, not someplace else.
Well, just like there's a base in the abyss.
There's a base in the abyss, but we have yet to go to.
Got the teleportation circle there.
Got it.
I have no way of getting us there.
Right there.
We have no way to go there. Maybe we'll find means. Do any of us have a map of what the astral sea may or may not look like?
It's not really a thing.
Systems that maybe are closer together or not.
They kind of do this.
They're always moving, yes.
So things may or may not be close this week and not that week. It's like bobbers thrown into a pond. It's just every which way.
Random.
I suppose once we get the artifact, we could try to see what is closest to us of one vault or another.
Sigil is usually pretty close. No matter where you're at, Sigil's
Always
pretty close.
say to eventually lead there, right?
But do any of us know how to get there?
You just think
We'll just
about
think
it.
about it, and eventually we'll get there.
There, so long as
Well, don't you have to have
Being
an
air
idea
bubbles.
of it? I mean, you can't just like think of
I
a
know
thing that you
Sigil.
heard about one time.
I have enough of an idea. I mean, we have.
I can do 24-hour air bubbles 3 times a day. So we don't have a problem there.
So then we just drift off. And that way, every time we find an asteroid, we plant a bean on it. See what happens.
That does
We
sound
could be
good.
doing that during our downtime.
Definitely sounds like a good idea. You got a lot
Here.
of beans to get through.
Do we really want to affect our clean airspace / the trajectory of our rock with the potential to either create a beanstalk
Big ass.
or a pyramid
Big ass pyramid
or
on
a
it.
geyser
Also,
of
yeah.
noxious gas or trees that
noxious
hate
gas
us
Definitely got a point.
or frogs
really
that turn into monsters?
Affect our
Those
air,
frogs.
because it's not something I have to concentrate on. So it's an air bubble.
For the air bubble. But, I mean,
But your air could become poisonous and noxious depending on what crazy shit happens
is
from
true.
these beans.
I'm just saying.
I love the idea of maybe going over to neighboring ones and planting a bean and seeing what happens. This one,
Don't shit where we sleep.
this one is serving a purpose.
I don't sleep.
Yeah, it's a turn of phrase though.
We're also in the astral sea, so we don't need to eat.
Also true.
Mr. Literal over here.
This is also why we don't shit. Except we do take a shit just about everywhere we go.
We shit on
It's
everything.
not. That's not what he meant, I think, but I understand what you mean. Trail of everywhere.
True. Well, we will call it there. Next week we should have the full crew. No option to speak with Gruumsh, but it happens. Things change.
Damn.
And we are on our way to the Spark of Destruction. Before we go, I just need one last saving throw from everybody at disadvantage. Everybody has disadvantage on their wisdom saving throw now.
Because we're all celestials out.
Holy shit!
2 natural 20s.
Yep.
Double 20.
You did the double. You did the double. You did the double ones before, and then I was like, I'm
Mhm.
gonna use these green dice right now.
Nice. Sick.
Hard 30 for a save.
Hmm.
I'll take that because I know that those dice are going to show other numbers later on.
Do we get our plus anything to this?
Plus
You
6.
get your plus 6.
So 10, 16, 17, 18, 19,
It's 30.
30. You're good.
30.
You're good.
26.
You're good. So we'll pick up next week there.
Where Norin apparently loses his shit on us.
Yeah!
Or may or may not be going into a softcore rage.
Gonna fight the squid guy! Try not
He's
to hurt
just tired.
him. Try not to hurt him too bad.
The
Fuck
man
this
who doesn't
voice.
sleep is
Fuck
tired.
this voice out of nowhere.
And that's gonna be the shit thing too. It's like, I'm grumpy, I need a nap. It's like, you've been over here talking about how you don't sleep.
No, he's
And
just,
you're over here now throwing a freaking toddler temper tantrum. But I don't wanna.
it's fine. He succumbs to the rage, which means the DC resets, so it's easier for him to save in the future.
Does
You
it
guys just have to deal with it.
does it just reset for him, or does it reset for everybody?
For him.
How long does the rage last for is
1
what we
minute.
need to find out. Huh?
1 minute
1 minute? Oh, yeah, that's not
of basically a frenzy.
I've got things to do with them then. I always have a certain spell prepared that's on my domain list.
It's time up.
And he's got rough dexterity saves, so as long as he doesn't murder us before then, we'll be okay.
Well, that's pretty much what he wants to do at the start of next game. You guys will be on a rock, and he wants to murder you. So, we'll pick up there. Thank you guys for watching. We'll pick up next weekend at 5, episode 88 of D&D on the WIM Apocalypse, as we finish up our last couple of days, getting through to the next part.
For sure.
You guys got to open tomorrow. I've only ever done this shift once.
Uh-oh.
As like my first week on training. So it's
Did you